The State Board meeting will begin in 1 minute. Good morning. Welcome to the October 7th, 2002 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are done speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live web streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. The October 7th, 2022 State Board meeting will now come to order. Andrea, please call the roll.
Patsy Kojons.
Here.
Lisa Fricke. Here. Patty Goebbels.
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison. Kirk Penner.
Here.
Maureen Nichols. Robin Stevens.
Here.
Deborah Neary.
Here.
Commissioner Bloomstead.
Present.
6 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Information regarding the Open Meeting Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meeting Act is also posted on the State Board of Education website. Commissioner, will you give us the protocol for this meeting?
Yeah, greetings and welcome everyone. Thanks to the members of the public that are here. Just appreciate everybody respecting the fact that this is a meeting, a public meeting of the board, and respecting one another in these settings as well. And so thanks for the opportunity to participate or have you participate in this setting, and appreciate that. And I'll turn it back over to you, President Kojons.
Commissioner, do you have a report to give to us today?
I do. So first of all, kind of in our normal routines, if there are any items that have been requested to be removed for the consent agenda, I'm looking over to get validation, and I don't believe we had any that were removed. And so we'll proceed with consent agenda as normal. And I think that is all that I have at this moment.
I will give the president's report. I was pretty excited about writing this one. I got up really early this morning to perfect what I was writing. So I hope you learn a lot from what I'm about to say. What's so great about Nebraska education? A lot. And you don't have to look very far to find it. All you need is a positive attitude, a few minutes, and a desire to recognize the truth. This is called to almost every year. That's the truth, and the data can be found in the ACT database. I think that's amazing that Nebraska and Minnesota and Iowa trade off with that honor. Number 3, Nebraska kids stayed in school longer, returned to their classrooms sooner, and during the pandemic, almost sooner than any other state. And Matt Bloomstead, our commissioner, said, to tell the truth, the fact is that it was the teachers in Nebraska. The teachers, he said, that were responsible for this feat. So it's the truth. The teachers in Nebraska are held to higher standards of certification, some of the highest in the nation, and it is the truth, much to the consternation of many other teachers coming into our state from other states to the big red state, that they have to further their education a bit to meet those higher standards that Nebraska has. Number 5, Nebraska education has and continues to pursue and develop strong relationships pre-K through post-secondary with all of the people that are involved with that. These relationships make all of education in Nebraska stronger. We are a chain linked together by strong educational relationships. Number 6, our career and technical education has garnered awards, including individual awards. Katie Graham was recently named State Fair CTE Leadership Rising Star Award winner. And if anybody knows about our CTE programs in the state of Nebraska, you know that not only is she a strong leader, but we are a strong state and growing stronger because of her. Amy Rohn, Amy Rohn was also named the NASDSE Service Outstanding Special Education Leader. And she's a ball of fire and energy, and all you have to do is walk beside her for a while to find out how to get things done. Yep. Okay. Maureen Nichols, a few weeks ago, was named the NASB Board was given the NASB Board Distinguished Service Award, and Maureen has served for almost 8 years in Nebraska's State Board of Education and served as the president for 2 of those years. She's not here today to recognize her, but pat her on the back when you see her. Shirley Vargas was just appointed to a national committee to help solve some of education's problems, and we're very proud of that as she takes that leadership position. We have a tradition of national leadership and awards in Nebraska, and that's because Nebraska teachers and educators work hard. If you want something done, ask a Nebraska educator, especially those who are now working at NDE. It is the truth. These are the facts. Today, I ask you to celebrate them and to recognize excellence in Nebraska education, and to know that we work hard to make our students learn and to grow. I think I did say one thing that was wrong, and I want to correct that myself before I get corrected. And that was, not everybody has to take the ACT test, but schools can require that as one of their tests that all students must take. Is that correct?
So we require all for ACT for high school. Yes.
All for high school. So I said it right in the first place. Never mind. I was right, then I was wrong, and I'm right again. Thank you for celebrating with me Nebraska education and the truth. Okay, that's a very good idea, Commissioner. You're too humble. Okay, yeah. So our commissioner just got through. Oh, don't grovel. Okay. At any rate, our commissioner just got through presenting to the United States Congress, and I think he was selected because of our the fact that we stayed in school longer than any other state, and that we went back sooner than any other school. Commissioner, will you add to that for me?
No, it's actually just an honor to represent Nebraska and all the great things that happened across the state, quite frankly. And so I'm just telling the story of what, as I said, teachers are great teachers and great leaders across the state that have done in the pandemic.
And you can watch that online if you'd like to see the commissioner's presentation. You can see one of us and we'll give you the link. Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 5. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Deborah Neary? Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Pat. Okay. Andrea, will you please take the roll?
Fricke,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Henner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison, Nichols, Kojons,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The motion passes. Per board policy, we didn't discuss it, did we? I didn't there, another mistake for me. Okay, the motion passed. Agenda item 6.1. Vice Chair Robin Stevens will provide a report from the Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Executive Committee reports on its meeting that was held via Zoom on September 25th, 2022. The committee met upon the receipt of the resignation of Commissioner Blumstead. President Kojons shared with the committee her intention to appoint an ad hoc search committee to develop the process and procedures for finding the next Commissioner of Education, handling the day-to-day work of procedures, and making recommendations to the State Board. The Executive Committee received legal counsel on procedures related to the Commissioner's search process. This concludes the Executive Committee report.
Thank you, Robin Stevens. Agenda item 6.2. Kurt Penner, please provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee reviewed 9 action items at yesterday's meeting. All 9 items were recommended to be brought to the full board for their review and possible action. NDE staff provided a summary of the committee of each of the 9 items, documenting the reasons for the items, which included receiving grant funds, participating in joint projects with other agencies, contracting for services, and awarding grant funds. The committee asked questions on several of the items, with NDE staff providing answers to the committee's questions. Additionally, the committee reviewed the deficit budget request along with NDE staff. Per NDE staff, there are 2 larger requests on the deficit request, with the rest being smaller, more normal administrative requests. The first of the larger items is an additional cost related to the office move, which are inflationary related costs due to the estimated cost being lower than the actual costs. The other large item is for the additional cost being incurred by the blind and visually impaired facility, which hasn't had an increase in several years despite serving more students and having normal cost of living adjustments for current staff. The committee expressed a desire to receive additional financial information and will be working with NDE staff moving forward to identify the requested information. So that I was pinch hitting for Maureen as she's not here, as I'm vice chair. So we have, I have actually 8 action items here, not 9. So I'll see how we counted. So we're gonna go down here and go through each one of these action items. First one is 6.2.c. Authorize the commissioner to renew existing contracts and enter into new contracts with the Office of the Chief Information Officer, individuals, and vendor partners for staff augmentation services and other technology supports surrounding the NDE statewide longitudinal data systems, technology initiatives, and systems modernization efforts. And I move to authorize the commissioner to continue to contract with and enter into contracts with the vendors for purposes of supporting technology initiatives and modernizing efforts in NDE statewide longitudinal data systems.
Is there a second to that motion? Patty?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no discussion, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes?
Fricky. Nichols, Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Kojons.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. The motion passed.
6.2.d, approve the participation of the Nebraska Department of Education as a partner, in the Nebraska application for federal preschool development grant, Birth to 5 planning grant. I move to approve the participation of the Nebraska Department of Education as a partner in the Nebraska application for a federal preschool development grant, Birth to 5 planning grant.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Thank you, Robin. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Morrison, Fricky. Nichols, Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Neary. Stevens,
Yes?
Penner.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. The motion passed.
6.2.e, authorize the commissioner to approve the listed estimated dollar allocations for payment of special education programs, transportation, residential services, and interim school programs in 2022 and 2023. I move to authorize the commissioner to approve the listed estimated dollar allocations for payment of special education programs, transportation, residential services, and interim school programs in 2022 and 2023.
Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Lisa. The motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no discussion, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Stevens,
Yes?
Neary. Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Nichols, Fricky. 6 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. The motion passed.
6.2.f, authorize the commissioner to approve a contract with Public Consulting Group LLC for October 2022 through March 2023. I move to authorize the commissioner to approve a contract with Public Consulting Group LLC for October 2022 through March 2023.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Robin Stevens seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky. Stevens,
Yes?
Nichols, Penner,
Yes.
Morrison. 6 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you, Andrea. The motion passed.
6.2.g, authorize the commissioner to contract with Eric Snyder to service as the state advisor for Educators Rising Career and Technical Student Organization.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll make the motion real quick. Hold on.
Oops,
I
I'm
move to
sorry.
authorize
Thank
the
you.
commissioner to contract with Eric Snyder to service as the state advisor for the Educators Rising Career and Technical Student Organization.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion? Deborah Neary seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Andrea, would you please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Nichols, Fricky. Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Stevens,
Yes?
Kojons.
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed.
6.2.h, approve the grant to the Nebraska Supreme Court in the provision of federally required IDEA Part C duties. I move to approve the grant to the Nebraska Supreme Court in the provision of federally required IDEA Part C duties.
Is there a second to this motion? Patty?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Goobels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Nichols, Stevens,
Yes.
Neary.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
Motion passed.
6.2.I, authorize the Commissioner to accept the grant award from the U.S. Department of Education for the Competitive Grants for State Assessments Program and contract with EdCount LLC for the tasks activities on the award. I move to authorize the Commissioner to accept the grant award from the U.S. Department of Education for the Competitive Grants for State Assessments Program and to contract with EdCount LLC for the tasks activities on the award.
Is there a second to this motion? Deborah? Is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky. Yes. Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goobels,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison, Nichols, Kojons.
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed.
Yeah, hold on here a second.
Okay.
We have so we're gonna drop down to 6.2K because that's the next one on my sheet here. It's the authorization of the Commissioner to submit Department's deficit budget request for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 on behalf of the State Board of Education. That's the next motion I have in line here. I'm looking for the motion on the one above on 6.2.J. So we'll just go to K real quick and then pop back up.
Double back.
Is that all right? Okay. So authorize the Commissioner to submit the Department's deficit budget request for the fiscal year 2022-2023 on behalf of the State Board of Education. I move to authorize the Commissioner to submit the Department's deficit budget request for the fiscal year 2022-2023 on behalf of the State Board of Education.
Is there a second to that motion? Motion seconded by Lisa Fricky. Is there any further discussion? Andrea, will you please call the roll?
I can wing it. I'll just wing it.
Neary,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Nichols, Goobels,
Yes.
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Kojons.
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed.
All right, last one, 6.2.J. Thank you for letting me skip around.
Yeah, that's right.
Authorize the Commissioner to accept the State Personnel Development Federal Grant Award. So I move to authorize the Commissioner to accept the State Personnel Development Federal Grant Award.
Is there a second to that motion? Patty, thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Nichols, Fricky. Yes. Neary,
Yes.
Goobels,
Yes.
Morrison, Stevens,
Yes.
Kojons.
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed. Agenda item 6.3. Chair Patty Goobels, please provide a report from the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. The Planning and Evaluation Committee met at 11 o'clock on Thursday, October 6th. The committee members had no corrections or comments about the previous committee meeting notes. The committee discussed 3 action items and agreed to move all 3 items forward for a board vote. The first action item discussed was 2.1.A. That was to approve a Rule 11 teacher waiver request from Walt Hill Public School. Walt Hill School is requesting a teacher waiver for their 6-pence toddler program. They've been unable to hire a teacher with appropriate credentials. They have secured an individual who meets the criteria for a teacher waiver. The school administration has submitted the appropriate documents to support the waiver request. The committee agrees to move this forward. 2.1.B, the action item to authorize the commissioner to extend the current 2022-2023 NWEA contract for statewide assessment services to include the 2023-2024 year. At our June 2022 board meeting, the board approved the NWEA contract for 2022-2023. NDE staff presented the costs accounting for the extending the NWE contract for statewide assessment to include the 2023-2024 year. The amendment pricing table was reviewed and discussed. It was noted that MAP growth costs covered by 4 school districts in 2022-23 and the assessment development contributed to increases in contract totals. The committee dialogued about the importance of helping the public understand proficiency as an assessment concept. NSCAS will include MAP growth-like reports and additional data and data points as we move forward. 2.1.C, the action item is to authorize the commissioner to extend the current 2022-2023 DRC contract for statewide assessment services to include the 2023-2024 year. At the June 2022 meeting, the board approved the contract with DRC for 2022-23. The request is to extend the DRC contract for 2023 through 2024. NDE staff explained that DRC's provision of instructional supports for special education teachers has benefited student learning and assessment results. The extension increased costs are attributed primarily to the upcoming standard setting and alignment work. Those were our 3 action items. Under discussion, 2.2A, the discussion item was to provide an update on the learning community of Douglas and Sarpy counties and the Community Achievement Plan. NDE provided a review of the achievement plan and the learning community. The commissioner shared the historical context and development of the learning community. The overall intent of the CAP is to encourage member districts to collaborate together. NDE staff provided a summary of the CAP sections, evaluation and progress toward meeting goals. A preview of the proposed plan for 2022 through 2025 was presented in preparation for the November board presentation to be given by representatives from the learning community. At this point, I'd like to call Dr. Vargas forward, if she's here. Not here? Okay. She was going to provide us just with a little bit more context about this, but we will have presentations at the November board meeting, so we'll move with that. There were no committee updates. The committee meeting adjourned at 11:58 a.m. This concludes the planning and evaluation report.
Thank you, Patty. Patty, is there a motion on 6.3A?
I have that motion. I move to approve the Rule 11 teacher waiver request for Walt Hill Public School.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Was seconded by Robin Stevens. And is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Goebbels,
Yes?
Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison, Fricky,
Yes.
Nichols, Kojons,
Yes,
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed. Patty, is there a motion, is this yours too, Kirk? Okay, Deborah, okay, all right. Deborah, is there a motion on 6.3B?
Yes, I move to authorize the Commissioner to extend the current 2022-2023 NWEA contract for statewide assessment services to include the 2023-2024 year.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Patty. Is there any further discussion to this motion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes,
Fricky, Goebbels,
Yes?
Nichols, Stevens,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
the motion passed. Okay, I don't have written in who is supposed to be doing these. So Patty, is there a motion on them, on the item 6.3C?
Yes, there is. Thank you. I move to authorize the Commissioner to extend the current 2022-2023 DRC contract for statewide assessment services to include the 2023-2024 year.
Is there a second to this motion?
May I second?
Yes, thank you, Lisa Fricky. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky? Yes. Neary,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Stevens,
Yes.
Morrison? Nichols, Kojons,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Okay, the motion passes. Agenda item 6.4 and 6.4A. Vice Chair Lisa Fricky, please provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. We met yesterday, October 6th, and the Rules Committee reports that we reviewed the rules, some of the rules, and they are attached in Spark. The committee received an update from NDE staff specifically on Rule 20, which is regulations for approval of educator that programs throughout the state. Rule 21, regulations for certification. Rule 23, regulations for the basic skills competency test for that teacher prep program. And Rule 24, regulations for certification revision process. The committee will provide updates on to the board as these rules progress through the development process. And next month, we'll receive a report specifically on Rule 23 and Rule 21, and I look forward to having that. And then it will answer your question that you asked me last month, and I asked you to wait. So you will have a definitive answer next month. The committee discussed the legislative and regulatory priorities with NDE staff and discussed the draft priority areas. The board discussed the draft of the legislative and regulatory priorities in the work session yesterday afternoon. Over the past 3 months, the Rules and Regs Committee has been discussing and prioritizing, rethinking and prioritizing and brainstorming a lot about these legislative and regulatory priorities. And that was part of our workshop yesterday. Great discussion. The committee is going to have a Zoom between now and November to further edit and ask for more input into that. And so hopefully we'll have something to bring out the next month. This concludes the Rules and Regs report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fricky. Agenda item 7 and 7.1, Chair Patty Goebbels, please provide a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on Board Policy Manual Revision.
Thank you, Madam President. The Ad hoc Committee on Board Policy Reference Manual Revision has met twice since our last board meeting. The members of the Ad hoc Committee are Patty Goebbels, Maureen Nichols, Kirk Penner, and staff Ryan Four. The committee discussed concerns that were expressed at the September State Board meeting about the work of the Ad hoc Committee and the proposed resolution. Identified concerns included the scope of the work, meaning structure and organization versus wording and substantive policy changes. Lack of definition of position statements in the proposed resolution, and definition of board operational policies. The committee reviewed the scope of the proposed committee work as explained on slide 8 of the PowerPoint presentation to the board that was given on April 8th, 2022. This is the PowerPoint that was referred to at the September board meeting and should be posted in Spark at some point if you want to go back and review that PowerPoint. Slide 8 of the PowerPoint reads, revise B12 into new structure, organize existing bylaws and policies into new structure, and underneath that, amend codes and wording in bylaws and policies as needed, write new policies as needed, merge some bylaws and merge some policies, recommend title changes for some bylaws and policies. And also then, this PowerPoint was given prior to the charge from the president for an ad hoc committee, and when I had just been working on this project as an individual board member. So there were 2 more points on slide 8 that were really me saying, what do we do next? One of them was develop a transition plan for reporting, approving, and publishing any revised bylaws and policies, and determine the placement of resolutions and model policies. The committee members agreed that the intent of the scope of the work was clearly indicated in the PowerPoint and that PowerPoint was referred to by President Kojans in her charge to form the ad hoc committee. At previous committee meetings, the committee determined that only policies and bylaws are intended to be part of the policy reference manual. Position statements should be aligned with our board legislative and regulatory priorities and thus should have a home on the NDE website that highlights those priorities and position statements. Resolutions are also important to display in a public manner. However, because they're not bylaws and policies, they're not part of the policy reference manual. They need to be displayed in an appropriate place on the NDE website. The committee also intends to recommend that NDE determine appropriate space on the website to display model policies, which are templates for local districts to use to write legislatively mandated policies. The committee reviewed the definition of board operational policies and decided that the definition indicates that there are 2 kinds of policies included in that category. 1, policies that relate to the policymaking, rulemaking, and quasi-judicial responsibilities of the board. And 2, policies that specify how board members conduct themselves and interact with internal and external entities. The committee discussed that current internal board policies and proposed board operational policies do include existing policies such as our board code of conduct, public statements made by board members, staff and board relations, as well as policies that are more directed toward our responsibilities, such as reimbursement of expenses, rule development, hearing officers, etc. The committee concluded that the proposed resolution with explanation and a reference to the PowerPoint provided during the board presentation in April identifies the scope of the delegated work, the definition of board operational policies, and the recognition that because position statements are not board policies, they're not defined in the resolution. However, they are defined in proposed board operational policy 1.01. The committee discussed that position statements, resolutions, and model policies are important and need to be displayed. The committee has completed review and restructuring of the State Board of Education bylaws with some wording changes and suggestions. We've reviewed board operational policies, and we have written recommendations and suggestions for the Board Executive Committee to consider as they review board policies in the future. The committee anticipates completing the restructuring review with recommendations of agency management policies for the Executive Committee at the October meeting, and will be prepared to present the proposed policy reference manual revision to the board in November. Yay! The chair will offer an amendment to the motion that was made at our September board meeting. That concludes the ad hoc committee report on board policy reference manual revision.
Thank you, Patty. At the September 2nd, 2022 meeting, the motion to adopt the resolution to revise structural organization in the State Board of Education policy reference manual was postponed to this meeting. The motion on the floor now is to adopt the resolution to revise structural organization in the State Board of Education policy reference manual. Is there any discussion? Yes.
I move to amend that motion by striking the words structural organization in, so that the motion reads to adopt the resolution to revise the State Board of Education policy reference manual.
Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. Is there any discussion on this motion? Go ahead.
So this was a place where I had some concerns at the last meeting. I have since spoken to the chair about my concerns, and I was assured that the issue or the concern that I had with some of the wording would be changed or at least looked into going forward. However, now I'm concerned, though, that if we are amending words out, then I think we could have spent more time addressing my concerns with the resolution. I thought we were just going to proceed with the resolution as it was and then work on it later. But if we're changing words, then now I'm like, I feel like that should have allowed for more time to address the concerns that I had with the wording. So I don't know that I was prepared today to support the resolution in the way it was written because I thought we were moving forward with just changing it later. But if we're gonna make changes now, I can't support this amendment without addressing the other pieces that I had concerns with.
Any further discussion? Deborah.
I guess I don't understand why this is even necessary. I mean, why are we taking this step now when we really, there's been a lot of confusion around, I mean, at least in the discussions that I heard last month and in the one-on-one discussions I've had about whether this is about structure and organization or this is, you know, rewrites. But I don't understand why we're approving something in advance that, I mean, if the committee already has what you consider to be your mission, then why is this necessary? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding it. I appreciate, any information on that.
So Deborah, let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're wanting to understand why we proposed the resolution. The reality is we have done a tremendous amount of work. We believed we understood what our charge was, but we weren't sure that as a board, everybody understood what our charge was, right? And we really felt that we wanted some confirmation that we all understood that before we have all of our work finished and we present it. And then people were saying, but you weren't supposed to be doing that, or we didn't understand that that's part of what you were doing. So that's why we believed it was important to have the resolution, just so that we know that we're on track, we're moving forward. Was the resolution absolutely necessary? No, but watching the state board meeting and the discussion last month, it became clear to me that it was important to have that kind of dialogue before we were in the position that we're presenting the entire package. So that's really why we did that.
Deborah.
Thank you. I think that's a really important step that you're taking, since obviously it was necessary and there is a lot of confusion. And I am voting against it because I feel like there still is confusion. And, you know, referring back to a PowerPoint in April or whenever it was, I mean, I didn't know that every word in that PowerPoint was what, you know, we were approving. I mean, what I kept hearing over and over was structure and organization, which is really different. I really hope that we would have more time and intentionality about each policy that is going to be changed, because I think they just deserve more time and attention rather than just doing a large group at once. So I'm just going to be voting against this, but I appreciate your bringing it forward for discussion and clarification.
Jacqueline.
Yeah, the more I think about this, I was one place last night, and then if we strike the word, so going forward the way it was, where it has the word structural changes, I just became aware that that word was going to be struck right now. And that to me changes the charge. And when it was explained to me yesterday, it was, we will make changes as needed to, and I'm paraphrasing, to allow for a better structure. And so it's still, while it may change a policy or it may create a new one because you're combining things or moving things, it still really came back to we were fundamentally fixing problems with our structure. And so to amend this word out with confusion for me still in the board operational policy line, I think it's going farther than what I believe this board was, tasked to, the committee was tasked to do. And I guess my concern is that if we're going beyond structure changes to where we're making policy changes, I think there are places and committees where those should happen. That should not, any policy changes that are outside of the structure would need to be done by the committee in which that policy is applicable. That was the whole point of redoing all of our committees just a year ago, so that we can align the work of the committees and the work where it needs to go. And so delegating that to an ad hoc committee whose job was to just fix the structure now seems like we are delegating this committee a lot of authority that I never, when I voted on the approval of this ad hoc committee, I didn't believe I was giving them that authority. And I think from Deborah's point, the explanation that this is being brought before us so that the board is clear on the broad authority that we gave them, I'm not certain that that's what we gave them at that time. And so I think this, taking that word out, does create more authority for this committee that I don't think they should have, because I think those decisions should happen in our regular committees.
I guess I would request, President Johans, that you state what your charge to us was as an ad hoc committee. What did I say? I'm sorry.
Johannes?
I just gave you a new.
I don't think my voice is that deep, but go ahead.
I'm
Okay,
so
all
sorry,
right,
Patsy.
All right, no, that's all right. In the heat of discussion, correct?
Yes.
All right, so as I stated at the last meeting when this question was asked of me, if you'll all look back, I stated that I thought that I was giving this committee the direction to not only look at the structure, but to look at the wording and the updates needed to make our policy handbook reflect the 2022 State Board of Education. And that's what I thought that the direction was that I was giving. And I said that at the last meeting. So that's what I thought I was doing.
President Kojons?
Yes?
I guess I also want to point out that in the minutes that I read, it indicated that with the policies, what we are doing, because we are reading through every policy, right? And so in doing that, as a committee, if we've noticed something that we said, we think this policy maybe needs to be looked at, we've kind of written considerations and recommendations to give to the executive committee, and that committee is charged with policy revision in general, policy revision and development at this point. That's part of their responsibility as I understand it.
I just want to point out, if I'm correct, the members of this committee are Mr. Penner, Ms. Nichols, and Ms. Goebbels. If I would have thought that there were going to be policy changes, I would have at least said maybe someone from Omaha should be on this committee, because we represent the largest school district in the state of Nebraska. And so I'm not even sure that when we're talking about the board or Lincoln, I mean, that's the second, I believe the second largest school district or close to it in the state. So for those large school districts to not even be represented on a policy-making committee where we're talking about things that impact every student in the state of Nebraska, if it was that broad, I would have brought it up and said, this is a huge oversight that most of the representation is coming from Western Nebraska on this committee and not any person from East.
So, Patsy?
Yes, Deborah?
So I want to go back to the point, well, first of all, yes, I do think that there are concerns, not only because policy work I feel should be done in the formal committee that's been established to do the policy work, but as was just pointed out, there is an imbalance in a task force. Usually a task force is, that one task, and this is much larger than that. Now, the conversations I've had with you, President Kojons, indicated to me a lot of confusion because that isn't what I understood our conversations one-on-one were, that was your understanding. And I thought there was the initial creation of the task force, if we go back, that board meeting, am I correct? It seemed like the discussion last month included that the initial words organizing it did not include anything outside of structure and organization. Can somebody verify that for me?
I will verify that. I think I
Okay.
initially said, when I was asked that question,
Okay.
that I gave the direction to the committee to do more than structure, to revamp. And Patty, you said that you also went to the video, and that's what I said when I was asked the question. If there was any confusion on my part, the part was that several people were telling me that's not what I said. And so I thought, well, maybe I heard it wrong or whatever. But I remembered it as it was stated here.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jacqueline?
When we were at the last meeting, I pulled up, and to give context, this work predated the work of the ad hoc committee. And when that work was being done in the policy committee, there was a focus at that time on structural changes. When I looked back through the PowerPoint that was presented, the titles and the large prints related to structural changes. And I think the fact that we have an amendment on the floor right now, taking out the word structural changes, which was something that the committee brought to us, that said it was structural changes, and when I asked the question last meeting, and now it's being clarified that that structural word shouldn't be there, I think is indication of the point, Deborah, that there was intent at some point for this to be structural, and now it's being taken out quite literally through an amendment to this right now.
Can I just want to add one, so I want to make sure folks are on the same page, and I think the president's going to read the motion. The amendment is into the motion, not into the resolution. So there is not an amendment to change the resolution, and I think I've heard that a couple times, and I just want to make sure that the intent is to change the motion that was on the floor and not the resolution. And maybe President Kojans could read the motion, but I would want folks to realize that's not changing the resolution as I understand it, just the motion that was made at the last meeting, so.
I move to amend the motion by striking the words structural organization in. So the motion reads, to adopt the resolution to revise the State Board of Education Policy Reference Manual. Do I have a second?
No.
It's
restating, so that motion's been made.
okay, all right. I'm rereading
That's what
it.
you're debating or
Right.
discussing right now.
Yep. Call the roll.
Neary,
No.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Nichols, Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison. No. Penner,
Yes.
Kojans.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
All right, here we go. To adopt the resolution to revise the State Board of Education Policy Reference Manual. Do I?
That would be the current motion on the floor. Ryan, would there need to be another motion made, or does that? No. Okay, that is the motion on the floor.
Okay, is there further discussion on this motion? Read the motion again. Okay. To adopt the resolution to revise the State Board of Education Policy Reference Manual. Discussion. Okay.
Nichols, Stevens,
Yes.
Kojans,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison. No. Fricky. Yes. Penner.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
The motion passes. Onward. Agenda item 7.2. Chair Patty Goebbels, please provide a report from the Ad Hoc Search Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. The Ad Hoc Committee, Search Committee, met October 6, 2022, with State Board members present, Patty Goebbels, Patsy Kojans, Jacqueline Morrison, and staff there to assist, Brian Halstead and Ryan Four. The Ad Hoc Search Committee reports that the committee held its first an organizational meeting to begin the process of searching for the next Commissioner of Education. The committee reviewed the initial search timeline, discussed the role of the committee, reviewed the qualifications required by state statute for applicants, and discussed the draft of the RFP for search firms. The working timeline that we are developing will be shared with the board at next month's board meeting. Board committee reports will be presented to the board on a regular basis to keep the board apprised of the process and progress. The committee requests that communications, questions, concerns about the commissioner search process be directed to the Ad hoc Search Committee Chair, Patty Goebbels. Materials related to the search process will be posted in Spark for individual board members to read and review. The search committee will be providing the board with the draft of the request for proposal for search firms. Additional thoughts, we encourage all board members to read that draft and provide feedback to me as the chair by the end of the day on Monday. We intended to have that draft that we had made a few revisions to posted in Spark for a meeting, but it's not quite ready, but it will be there fairly shortly, I assume, so you'll have an opportunity to go in, review that draft RFP, and please provide us any suggestions or thoughts, comments that you have. Our goal is to have the RFP finalized to be released by Wednesday, October 12th. Proposal submissions from search firms are due to NDE to the board by November 2nd, 2022. The committee will then narrow the search firm finalists, and finalists at this point we're hoping will present proposals to the board at our December board meeting. This concludes the Ad hoc Search Committee report.
Thank you. We will now take a 15-minute break. Yes. Have I?
Tell them 1 minute, it wasn't on.
Okay. We will reconvene this meeting in 1 minute. I think I did.
So they're.
I was doing terrific things. Okay, we will begin the meeting again. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Patty Goebbels for her to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. We are going back to our agenda. Item 6.3.d, discussion item, provide an update on the learning community of Douglas and Sarpy counties and the Community Achievement Plan. Dr. Vargas has been able to join us after an already busy morning. So thank you, Dr. Vargas, for being here, and she is going to provide that update.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Wanted to bring you a quick update related to the learning community and the Community Achievement Plan. First, I want to provide you a brief update. Sure, I don't speak directly into the mic. So on Spark, you will find a series of items, and the first I'd like to draw your attention to is titled LC Process History Timeline. Essentially, this is just a quick document that provides some historical context related to the creation of the learning community, and then ultimately the creation of the Community Achievement Plan. So to draw your attention there really briefly, on the first page, we see that the learning community of Douglas and Sarpy counties actually started in 2009 in an effort to, bring forth all of these different organizations and entities and school districts to work collaboratively towards improving outcomes for children in these two counties. And they're actually governed by our coordinating council. They have a series of powers. All these things can be found on our Nebraska legislature webpage, but essentially I wanted to just provide this context here. And something that they shared at that moment in time was a common levy. And it was a property tax system for all of these schools, and throughout some time we saw that there was some contention around that piece, and ultimately in 2016 is when, in an effort to remove that common levy, senators at that time wanted to replace it with something that can be used to ensure that that continued collaboration would be consistent and would continue, and that's where the Community Achievement Plan came in, where it's a document where you as a state board approve it, and then also see the evaluation report every 3 years, and then the learning community actually submits more summative, regular updates to the legislature. So in essence, it's really about this tool being a way in which we ensure that these different entities are working together and in collaboration and in support of one another. On the second page of that document, you'll see that the Community Achievement Plan is made up of 4 sections. The first section is the Superintendent's Plan for Early Childhood, and that's in partnership with the Buffett Early Childhood Institute. The second section is addressing student attendance, and through the creation of the learning community, the Greater Omaha Attendance and Learning Services Center was created, or GOALS, as you might hear me and others describe it. The third is the actual learning centers of the learning community. So there's a North Center and there's a South Center. So the North Center is in North Omaha, the South Center is in South Omaha, and that is specifically geared towards increasing family engagement, as well as other early childhood and language acquisition strategies for families and communities of those areas. And then lastly, and the more recent addition to the CAP here is the MOAC Collective Impact Plan. MOAC actually stands for the Metropolitan Omaha Education Consortium, and MOAC also consists of Council Bluffs. So you'll see some mention of like Iowa, Council Bluffs area, so it's really around the metro area related to these two counties. The last piece on that page for the process history timeline is the fact that we do this every 3 years. So the last time that you all, or the state board, was presented a CAP was back in 2019, and you'll see on the arrows here, every 3 years we're going through this process, and it's always done by December 1st. So typically, which is why we're bringing this for you today, because in order to be in compliance with the statute, it has to be before December 1st. We don't have a board meeting on that date, so therefore we're seeking approval in November, which is next month. And then that plan will be in effect from December 1st, 2022 to December 1st, 2025, which at that point there'll be another update, progress, evaluation, and we go through the process again one more time. And I stopped in 2019, doesn't mean that's when it ends, but I ran out of space, and I figured, we'll revisit this process then. Okay. So that was just some historical context, and if I missed anything, Commissioner, should I just, great, okay. The next two documents I'll quickly draw your attention to, but we won't spend much time on, is the CAP 2019, which is the CAP that was approved back again in 2019, and the CAP 2015-18 evaluation. So the evaluation is a standalone report that we will submit to you all in preparation for next month approval, so you can see the evaluation of these 4 sections. And then the CAP itself is 79 pages. So some of the feedback we've also received, not only from prior board members, but also from the actual leaders of these sections, is that, well, what good is an 80-page paper when the work is actually, really the work that we're doing? And I can tell you that in many less words, and I don't have to include all of the evaluation in the plan. And I also, really want this to be a living document for our team. So you can anticipate a more brief yet, powerful document coming to you in the next few weeks that provides that clarity as well as concise language. And then there was also an effort at the time from some state board members around making some clear distinctions and connections to our strategic vision and direction. And while that's important, we also need to be, conscious of the fact that this is specific to the learning community of Douglas and Sarpy counties. So then we want to make sure that we provide them with enough space to talk about the things that are most important and most prevalent to these two counties, but also be able to draw connections to the work we're doing as a state. So you'll see some connections, but not necessarily, call outs like what we had back prior in 2019 or earlier. So those are just some quick talking points around that, and then you'll see that more clearly written out in the plan that'll be before you in a few weeks. The last piece that I'll spend time on right now talking to you is the CAP Progress Update 2022. So this document is 25 pages, and what you see here, each section leader was asked to think through and respond to what are the highlights and the goals and the purpose of each section. So if you read the 79 pages, thank you. And if you didn't read the 79 pages and skimmed through it, you'll actually see the substance of the plan and the work that's been happening throughout the past 3 years in this progress report here. And each section, which talks about the sections I've already identified, talks about their highlights, their areas of success. So they include quotes, because they're working directly with students, families, different organizations, and most importantly, our school districts. So they're working in tandem with our school districts to improve achievement, early childhood programming, and increasing academic outcomes. The third piece is they're each in a different stage of their evaluation process. So we wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to provide what their current evaluation is saying or demonstrating to them in the past few years since the implementation of the 2019 plan. And then lastly, what are the actual revisions that they'll be doing to the CAP? So those are things that we'll look for in the plan that will be before you in a few weeks that will ask for your approval. So next month, you can anticipate having the representatives of each of the sections to be present, as well as the CEO of the learning community to be here, and most likely a district representative as a district administrator to talk through their experience with these different entities in the community, the learning community. That was a lot in a short amount of time, but I'll turn it back to you, Chair Patty, to see if there are any comments or questions. Jacqueline?
So I'm just looking through kind of some of the progress updates and some of the goals, I shouldn't say goals, but some of the things that they are doing overlap with some of the conversations we were having yesterday. So for instance, it looks like they're working on chronic absenteeism and what does that look like in their plans. And so as I know Deborah kind of touched on this yesterday about that collaboration piece and looking at stakeholders and what they're doing, but I'm just wondering, you know, as if we were to go with legislative priorities and say, you know, this is what's working and this is what we want funding for, is this particular entity also working on those same things, like asking for funding for one of their goals or asking for funding for this? Like, how comprehensive is what they're doing and how does it overlap with what we would try to do?
Okay, so to my knowledge, to date, the learning community CEO and others are not necessarily going to the legislature to ask for any additional funds or any change in legislation that I'm aware of, but I will say that we can definitely and should leverage them as a learning community, slightly operate like an ESU. So they do have the ability to, you know, support these 4 different sections and work alongside the 11 districts. And then the other piece I would say is that, you know, it's a third of our students, right? So we're talking about the 2 counties that contain about 135,000 students in our state. So we definitely want to make sure that, you know, they're a partner in whatever work we may be considering related to our legislative priorities regarding chronic absenteeism. But I see Deborah.
Deborah?
Okay, I just wanted to add on to your wonderful answer, just because I'm very enthusiastic about, in the nonprofit that I ran for the last 10 years, we worked very closely with the school districts, and that meant working very closely with the Goals Center in MOAC. And what I loved about what they were doing is not just using the resources to achieve the goals, but they were leveraging the whole community, you know, the United Way and, you know, the Omaha Community Foundation and a lot of nonprofits, and coordinating that work that are working on student achievement. But like in your connection to our legislative goals to this, I mean, they just align perfectly into, yes, under that umbrella, and some, you know, clearly delineated, but they also do the work that, you know, I don't know that we always talk about, but, you know, provide those supports for youth that need to be in place in order for, you know, improved student achievement. Does that make sense? Those family supports, those youth supports. But I like that connection that you made to the legislative priorities that we're talking about.
I guess I'm just, as I see this and I'm thinking about it, I would hope at some point, maybe not this year or 5 years from now, but we can be that body that says, this is what the state should be focusing on, these are our 5 goals, and that it kind of channels down to all of these different entities so that we start to become aligned and we're all working toward the same goals. And I think in theory right now we all are working toward the same goals, but I don't know that we have that direct alignment. And so I'm just kind of, as I'm thinking about this, wondering if we can start to think like that, if it would then help us get to, if we decide we want 75% reading, then maybe one of their goals is also 75% reading, and we start to have that greater impact. So thank you for providing us with this, but just general thoughts.
Any further discussion, questions? Deborah?
Are they planning construction of a new center? Or did I just imagine that?
I know they finished the construction on the South Omaha Learning Center.
Okay, that's the newest.
But that was the newest one. I don't know
And
of
there
any
isn't a
other.
third one that's like out towards West Side
I
and
can
Millard?
confirm and make sure that.
Okay, and I just
bring that up.
wondered if that was, and maybe it's not, maybe that was just, I don't know. But is that funding construction go through, what we approve also, or is that a different entity? Yeah.
Yeah, they exercise that as a political subdivision with their tax base and the funding sources, and so it's not something that we, just like we wouldn't with school districts or otherwise have approval over those, yes.
Any other discussion? Lisa?
It's not a discussion, and it just reminded me when Jacqueline and Deborah were talking about aligning and partnerships. It was a tough time when they changed what the Learning Center could potentially lose in funding. And I remember being at the hearing where 9 to 11 superintendents were lined up in the front row and all talked in support of the unified support for the Learning Center. And I will never forget that. They didn't only care about their school district, they worried about the kids in that Learning Center. To me, that was a powerful message how important this was, because the leaders were there to support the learning community.
Any further discussion? Any further? Okay, no questions? Thank you very much for your report. Item 8.1, will you read the resolution, Lisa?
We'll give it my best shot, Madam Chair. I know they always ask me to have that microphone right close to my mouth, so. Attainment Goal Resolution. Whereas high state educational attainment is strongly correlated with higher state gross domestic product, higher per capita income, greater labor force participation, greater civic participation, improved health outcomes, and high quality of life. Whereas projections are that at least 70% of jobs will soon require a degree, certificate, diploma, or other post-secondary or industry credential with economic value in workforce. Whereas Nebraska current educational attainment, including degrees, certificates, diplomas, and other post-secondary and industry credentials with economic value is approximately 58% for Nebraska ages 25 to 34. and approximately 55% for Nebraskans aged 25 through 64. Most states, including neighboring states, have set ambitious goals, attainment goals, to reach social and economic development aspirations and use those education attainment goals to inform education and workforce development policies. Whereas state educational attainment goals help state officials, colleges and universities, elementary and secondary schools, employers, philanthropic and community organizations establish a shared agenda and measure progress at regular intervals. Whereas post-secondary readiness requires a firm foundation in high-quality pre-kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high schools. Whereas the State Board recognizes the strong contributions of Nebraska's public and non-public schools in preparing Nebraska students for post-secondary readiness, and thanks to educators for their dedication, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, now therefore be it resolved. The Nebraska State Board of Education supports the state goal outlined in Legislative Resolution 335 in 2022, passed by the Nebraska Legislature on April 13, 2022, that at least 75% of 25 to 34-year-old Nebraskans have a degree, certificate, diploma, or other post-secondary or industry-recognized credential with economic value by 2030. And now, therefore, it be resolved, the State Board encourages the Nebraska Department of Education leadership to develop and implement strategies to attain the aforementioned state education attainment goal. Resolved, the State Board affirms the 6 tenets of AQuest as a framework for achieving the aforementioned state educational attainment goal. And resolve that the State Board encourages local boards of education to commit to and establish goals and strategies to achieve the attainment goals that were set above. So in that light, I would like to propose a motion. I move to adopt a resolution declaring the State Board's support for LR 335, the state's post-secondary attainment goal.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there a second to that motion?
I second the motion.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no discussion, Andrea, will you please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Fricke? Yes. Nichols? Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neri?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The motion passed. Agenda item 8.2, career and technical education funding. Kirk.
Okay, just wanted to bring an update after, I think it was 2 months ago, we talked about career and technical education funding, and we met, Katie, we had a meeting October 3rd in Lincoln with 19 other business, trade, and ag groups, and we are moving forward and expect to have a draft bill ready for our review in November. And just want to let you know, Katie was there also. We feel really good about this. We have senators on board. We just need to get down to specifically and precisely what that bill looks like. But I appreciate Katie and Sydney, all the work they've done, and it was great to get a group of people together that, if there's a group that understands what's going on with workforce development in that state, that was in that room, and we have an issue to solve with workforce development, and I think schools can be that problem solver. We just need to get to our kids in middle school and get them exposed to some great careers out there. So that is my update.
Thank you, Kirk.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Thanks, Kurt. I mean, as we all know, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of wonderful work happening in this field in Nebraska because of the federal funding we receive, but we want to do better and provide the state funding. I have a question though, like when a board member initiates an action of legislation, like, is that like go through one of our committees, or is this an independent action? I mean, I guess I think it's great. It's a goal we wanted, but I just want to understand, have some clarity around when a board member initiates legislation like this. Is that, do we have processes, or is that just, we can do that? And this in this case is something we wanted and prioritized, but what if it is something we don't want and haven't prioritized? So can somebody help clarify that for me?
That's a great question. So I don't remember in the 6 years that I've served on the board that we've had someone do that. So the answer to that question may take a little bit of research to find out if it's ever even been done before. I think it was a great idea, and when you started it, I thought, why didn't we think of that, since all the other states do help support CTE. I even said that to Ryan, why didn't we think of that? He said, well, you could have done it, which we could have, but it's great that you thought of it and that you carried it out. But I think we need to find out for the future, because I think, Deborah, your question has a lot of value to it. If it happened to be something that we didn't want, that went against what we stand for, or whatever, this happens to be great. But if we don't have a policy,
I mean, can I just add on to that? I mean, if Kirk was there and said, I am not here representing the Nebraska State Board of Education, and I'm going to ask you, did you say, I am not representing the Nebraska State Board of Education? Then I guess that's one thing for clarity. And so, but we still have a legislative policy. And so should the work of our board members be going through the policy that we have in place instead of just working with a staff person? And so I'll first ask that question of you.
I did not set up the meeting. I did not call all the other entities. I did not lead the meeting. So I was in the room, but not leading. Yeah.
Thank you.
Jacqueline?
For fear of us getting off topic, I don't want to go too far on this, but I was just going to make the point that Deborah made is, to me, that hinges on whether or not we're very clear what capacity we're participating in these conversations. I participate in a lot of legislative conversations, but I'm very clear what hat I'm wearing, and so I would be scared of a broad blanket statement about when we can participate, but I also am very cognizant of, I think we do have a policy on who can speak for the board, and maybe that goes into what does our code of conduct look like when we're acting on behalf of the board versus on behalf of ourselves. So that's what I would think where it would come into play.
Lisa?
I appreciate the conversation that you guys are having. Before that, I was just going to thank Kirk for, sharing that with us. But I also wanted to thank Katie Graham. When I first got on the board, she's a ball of energy talking about CTE and where we're going, and then in that process, CTE went down to 5th grade. I mean, so it's just great what we have available from the federal level, and I support highly that the state of Nebraska get in there and do their share. And I just wanted to thank you for what you shared today, and in Katie's hands, and now Sydney, let's do it.
Anybody else have something to add? I don't know, Patty, if it might be wise to look at the policy handbook and see. I mean, we do have a policy, I think, that states that the president speaks for the board, but this seems to take it a little bit farther than what that means, I think.
I would direct that back to the executive committee.
Thank you very much. We'll put it on. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I wasn't going to respond, but I just want it to be known that I am reminded often by our staff that when I am at an ESU meeting or wherever I may be, that I speak not for the board, not for NDE. That's what I see happening here. I don't know. I'm not a big policy guy. I'm not sure we need a policy, but I'll let others discuss that.
Well, you'll get to discuss that in the executive committee. It was handed off to us, so that's good. But once again, thank you very much for what you did. Okay? All right, item 8.4. 8.3. Okay, let's see, let's go here and make sure I'm on the right spot. Yep, I am. Okay, item 8.3. It is with both regret and for our loss and gratitude for his many contributions that the Nebraska State Board of Education accepts the resignation of Matthew L. Bloomstead, the Commissioner of Education for the last almost 9 years. His contributions have been numerous. He served the educational system with intelligence, insight, and dignity. Matt has won the respect of many of those who work in Nebraska schools. His broad knowledge of the law, business, and education, and his wit have made him a priceless and memorable addition to education in Nebraska. He will be missed. We wish him the best and hope to work with him in other ventures in the future. Commissioner Bloomstead, we will miss you as you move on, and we humbly accept your resignation. Do I have a motion to accept the Commissioner's resignation? Robin?
I move to accept Commissioner Bloomstead's resignation. I believe it's effective January 3rd,
2023. Yes.
2023. Thank you.
Okay. All right, do we have a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Man, you made me nervous.
We're not letting you go. So we have a motion and it has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Then please call the roll.
Stevens,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison. Yes. Kojans,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Nichols, Fricky.
With much regret, but best wishes, I say yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The motion passes. Agenda item 8.4. I move that this board designate Deputy Commissioner Deborah Friesen to carry out any duties imposed by law upon the Commissioner in accordance with 79-301-3 when such vacancy occurs. Do I have a second for that motion? Lisa?
Second that.
Is there any further discussion? The motion has been made and seconded. Will you please call the roll?
Goebbels,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Nichols, Fricky. Stevens,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison. Yes. 7 yes, 1 absent.
The motion passes. Thank you, Deborah, for being willing to serve. Okay. All right, so we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for, whoops,
Chair, can we continue going through the agenda until,
did I miss? No?
well, do we have items? Item 10.
Okay. Public comment, okay. Okay. All right. Item 10, information items and reports. Yeah, this part? Oh, the next items are for information items and written reports for the board and for our information only. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing others, board members, for other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce any new items. 11, for the good of order. Agenda item 12. Thank you for those. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to adjourn. It's the end. Okay, now this meeting will take a break until 1 o'clock, where we will come back and do public comment. The state board meeting in 2 minutes.
Minutes. If you did want to make public comment, please make sure to get a card turned in, but otherwise we'll start here pretty soon.
Public comment period and take up the remainder of our agenda after public comment. Agenda item 9.1, public comment. This period may be available to any person who wishes to address the state board on any subject within its authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for the public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may take action to extend the total amount of time allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow or terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note that public comment should be on the topics related to the state board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to the speakers. If at any time persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitation set forth in this policy or on the agenda, or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to declare that person out of order and to refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have how many public? 12 public comment cards submitted. So we will begin.
All 12 may come up to the reserved area. And they will go in this order: Jackie Egan, Justin Thiel, Don Fletcher, Gwen Easter, Denise Bradshaw, Vicki Johnson, Stephen Bader, Catherine Russell, Marnie Hodgkin, Amber Parker, Haley Kuchera, and Tiffany Carter. Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. Your time will start soon.
Okay. I'm Jackie Egan. I'm a retired social worker. I'd like to explain briefly why, as a social worker, I care whether or not more student teachers have access to Educators Rising. Social work has a strong code of ethics to do no harm, to honor the inherent worth and dignity of every human being, to honor the right of every individual to make their own decisions. I'm speaking to you today to encourage you to continue to meet the needs of all students, all Nebraska students. Because of current classroom teacher shortages, I'm wondering how we can increase the numbers for teachers in training. Educators Rising is a program designed to do just that. It is a program, an organization, a place to begin to understand what it takes to be a teacher. Educators Rising is an organization that helps make sure teachers have the experience and skills they need to be ready for the classroom. Students in high school and college students can join for just $10 a year. According to the website, Educators Rising is a national membership organization that provides students with authentic opportunities to experience teaching and build the skills they need to be successful educators. Educators Rising offers resources and opportunities that integrate directly into the academic programs of Teacher Academy career and technical education courses at the high school level. Their mission, Educators Rising, cultivates highly skilled educators by guiding young people on a path to becoming accomplished teachers, beginning in high school and extending through college and into the profession. Their vision, every teacher in America will have the skills and experience to help all students achieve their potential. Educators Rising has a whistleblowers policy, try to say that, a code of ethics, and much more. Educators Rising requires a teacher to lead a given group and encourage the use of research-based curricula developed by Phi Delta Kappa, an international honorary for prominent educators. I encourage the State Board to continue your efforts to support Educators Rising with the goal of making this program available to all students across the state. And I wish to thank you, Commissioner Blomstead, for your work with Nebraska Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Justin Thiel.
Robin, on August 19th, you blocked me from your campaign page. And according to the 4th District Court, you violated my First Amendment rights. And I'm guessing I'm not the only one. In a private Facebook message, I informed you of your violation, and you responded, quote, "We block those who continue to harass and bully." My so-called bullying consisted of pointing out the lies you continue to spew throughout your campaign. To label that bullying and blocking me from your page are actions of a spineless coward who should be nowhere near a position of leadership. You, along with Deb and your supporters, like to say that your opponents are fearmongers, that no topics of their concern are happening here in Nebraska. So let's join Robin by putting our heads in the sand and pretend that's true, that Nebraska schools are perfect. Now let's look at the places in the country where the ideology that Deb emphatically promotes and the rest of you, besides Kirk, we're going to let into our classrooms, has taken strong foothold. And trust me, you all know these stories. Loudoun County, Virginia, a boy was allowed into the girls' restroom because he was wearing a skirt and identified as a gender fluid, where he brutally raped and sodomized a 15-year-old girl. We Spa in LA, a 51-year-old male and registered sex offender was allowed into the women's section of the spa because he claimed to be a woman, where he exposed himself to 4 women and 1 minor girl. Leah Thomas, a man who stole a national championship medal from a woman who worked her whole life to earn it. 2 boys win girls' state track medals in Connecticut, and the list goes on. Deb, on September 27th, you were asked your stance on biological boys using women's bathrooms and playing in women's sports. You didn't give a direct answer, and you rambled on about kindness, respect, and dignity. Then, in a private Facebook message in which you were asked why you didn't defend the rights of our trans youth to play in the division they identify as, and you said, quote, "I don't use language that incites people close to their ears. I talk about respect and dignity." Later on in this thread, you also stated, quote, "I will be a stronger voice after November 8th. I will never run for another office again, so I can say things for the right reasons." This ideology that Deb supports, which apparently she will be even more vocal about if she can deceive enough of her constituents before the election, this ideology has a dark, logical end. When you start letting children make decisions, life-altering decisions, such as chopping off their healthy sexual organs or taking chemical castration drugs, that wouldn't let them, or what wouldn't you let them decide for themselves? Now this story, I have no doubt, that you have not heard, because the media in this country has the same agenda. On September 22nd, the Minister of Equality of Spain argued in an official meeting that children as young as 12 have the right to know their body and love or have sexual relations with whoever they want. We told you a year ago that this is where it would lead. It's not here yet, but it's coming faster than you think. You say we are afraid, that we spread hate and misinformation. None of this is true. What the parents have been doing is trying to wake you up, to warn you of what is to come and what waits at the bottom of this slope we are on. Robin, you say that this stuff isn't in Nebraska schools while it's sitting 2 chairs down from you at the State Board of Education meeting. Come this November, those who promote this evil, like Deb, and the ones that don't have the courage to stand against it, like you, Robin, will be removed from this board by the people to thunderous applause.
Thank you, Justin. Don Fletcher.
Hello, my name's Don Fletcher. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service to our kids. Decisions regarding our kids and their future, and thanks again for your service and for your time.
Thank you, Don. Gwen Easter.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Easter. I'm with Safe Haven Community Center and Safe Haven Early Childhood Preschool Education Academy. And I came here today, you know, I've come up here and talked for the last years about the situation with the health standards. I'm still asking you all to stop with the health standards and pushing transgender and homosexuality issues upon our young children. I worked in the child care industry, like I said, since I was 16 years old, starting at 16, and have owned my own business for over 24 years, even though it's a struggle still because of the monopoly that's going on in North Omaha with the school system pushing our businesses out. But, you know, I have not once, like I said, had kids wanting to change their genders or asking, you know, questions about these issues. These are adult issues being pushed up on our students. You know, as our young people, we need to focus on the reading, the writing, the arithmetic, you know, areas that really matter. For those children who are struggling with their identities, then we need to get them the help that they need. We need to support them. We need to teach our young people about caring and loving each other and helping each other. We have so much going on with violence. You know, our kids are being tormented in the mind. And to add more issues like this upon them is wrong. You know, the school system seems to always want to go over parents' head and you know, not share information with parents on what's going on with their children if they're struggling with these areas. The school system is not the parent of these children. The children belongs to their parents. This is who God gave to oversee their children. And I would just like you all to, you know, stop focusing on all of these other agendas and focus on helping our kids get prepared for life, get prepared for the world that's out there. Not saying that we shouldn't talk about these issues to help our kids, you know, understand, yeah, there are different people out there that's dealing with these type of issues, but that doesn't mean that it's right. You know, this is not something that, you know, I would say that God is pleased with us pushing this up on our young children. Let our kids learn, play, make friends, you know, and just leave all the rest of this stuff alone. Let them figure it out, you know, with their families. That's who they need to be talking with. If they don't have a family member, a close friend, you know, but the school cannot be the parent of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Vicki Johnson. Excuse me, thank you, Gwen. Denise Bradshaw. Sorry about that.
I am the Douglas County representative of the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association. On or around August 31st, Deb Neary had a meeting with a group of other women stating about gun control reform. Other women were in the meeting. None of them have any kind of idea about gun rights. I was not invited to that meeting, nor were other women who are very familiar with gun activities. No one was there from the Nebraska Firearm Association or the gun rights owner organizations. We could speak to these issues specifically if we had been invited. We were not. So while all these other issues regarding family types discussions are happening in schools, what is not being discussed in schools today, Deb? The Nebraska Constitution. So let me read to you, Deb, what is the very first item in the Nebraska Constitution, because that's not being taught in the school. The Bill of Rights in the Nebraska Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights. All persons are by nature free and independent and have certain inherent and inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the right to keep and bear arms for security or defense of self, family, home, and others, and for lawful common defense, hunting, recreational use, and all other lawful purposes. And such rights shall not be denied, infringed by the state or any subdivision thereof. To secure these rights and the protection of property, governments are instituted among people, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That is literally the very first Bill of Rights of the Nebraska Constitution, which is not being taught. I have no idea anymore what's being taught in school, but our Bill of Rights isn't. So there was a meeting on or around August 31st with Deb Neary there discussing the removal of our rights granted to us in the state of Nebraska. So what other meetings are being held discussing the removal of our rights? This is my great concern, because people who can talk about these things are not being invited. We expect these meetings to be open and honest. Gun rights are women's rights. My friends, thank you. My friends tell me that gun rights are gay rights. My friends tell me that gun rights are minority rights. We are all taxpayers. We expect these meetings to be open and transparent. We expect our children to be provided the rights granted to them by their Creator. And lastly, we expect transparency at these meetings. And we expect this from the State Board of Education from now going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Vicki Johnson.
Hi, my name is Vicki Johnson. The following statement is from a family that contacted Marnie Hodgen to share their frustrations with the Nebraska Department of Education. The NDE is withholding documented and recorded meetings of evidence in violation of a court-ordered subpoena which incriminates both West Side School and the NDE as injuring the children of Nebraska. As of June 15th, you have been in receipt of a recorded call with a state ombudsman admitting that there was corruption. At the NDE investigative level, this teacher admitted wrongdoing, and subsequent discipline from the school was dismissed by Matt Bloomstead and his NDE investigators who falsified reports to exonerate the school, teacher, and administration. Sarah Hulak, NDE legal counsel, instructed the ombudsman to turn a blind eye to the victim and victim's family. This family is happy to see Matt stepping down. You all were advised of this victim's request for an investigation, but to date, nothing has been done. Why? Oh, and Neri, proficiency scores do matter.
Thank you, Vicki. Stephen Bader.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to say that there was a breaking news today. There was a book that was apparently checked out, and it's being corroborated as we speak. A book checked out in a Lincoln Public School at a kindergarten age level called This Little Rainbow, A Love is Love Primer. And I was originally going to talk about something else, but this is breaking. I have the visual right here. And it basically talks about all the different people in a community. It says lesbian, trans, bisexual, queer, gay, celebrate it, on and on. The reason why I bring this up is because there was a quote in the Nebraska Examiner that was in reference to the images that were tweeted out by the NEGOP. And one member on your board claims that this stuff is not in the schools. But literally just as we were driving up, sure enough, a school giving a book that is way, way above age-appropriate levels was checked out. And it's right here. And it's probably going to be a story. And I'll be very curious as to if there will be an acknowledgement that it is actually in the schools. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you to the officer. We talk about safety. Denise is absolutely correct that the Second Amendment is for the most vulnerable among us. It is the equalizer between the young single parent and an abuser. It's the equalizer between someone that has hate in their heart and prejudice. It is their defense, and it is inherent. But when we cannot have that right, when we enter into what's known as a gun-free zone, we should respect and we should amplify our appreciation for officers, and we should look for more opportunities for student resource officers. I would like the room to give a round of applause to the officer here that makes us safe. I know that by electing Marnie Hodgen, our schools will be safer. The Omaha Police Union endorsed her emphatically. They broke precedent in saying that this was a must-endorse race, as the dichotomy couldn't have been further apart. The contrast is crystal clear. If you believe in self-defense and you believe in safety, you know what to do on November 8th. The trust between parents and the board has been broken. But we have an opportunity on November 8th, or with your mail-in ballot, to mend it with Marnie. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Catherine Russell.
Hello, my name is Catherine Russell, and I thank you for letting me speak today. I'm not representing myself, that's not why I'm here. I'm representing thousands of Nebraskans, and I don't think some of you are listening. I just want to tell you that we don't serve man justly unless we serve God first. God's teachings came in 10 simple, easy commandments. We need to protect children. I feel like some of you are here and you are raping our children of their innocence because you are filling them with trash. I'd like to see us get back to academics. I'd like to see us pass our test scores. That's not important to you. Some of you don't even think testing is important. I'd also like to see us fight against comprehensive sex education. What you are putting in the curriculum, or what you want to put in all curriculum, is not to be heard by children. Our children are to be protected. They are children. You do not have the right, no matter how educated you are, you do not have the right to take the innocence away from children. The innocence from children is to be protected. And that's why we have entrusted them to some of you. Critical race theory, there's no time for it in the education. There's no time for it. We need to teach children to be kind and to love. We don't have to demoralize any one population for another. Some of you, I think, support LGBTQ, whatever, more than you support our children's education. You're fighting for those causes. Remind you, we need to protect children. Some of you are supporting unions or those or those who have very radical views about sex education. We're not here for that. That's not what a school is for. I retired from the Omaha Public Schools after 32 years. I retired in 2010. I'm telling you, the school district is not the same because of some of you, many of you, and because of what the school district has allowed to be in their curriculum. Deb Neary, I don't know if you have something on your chin or on the bottom of your seat, but you're sitting there like you're very stoic and not listening. I retired from the school district, but I would be proud to be fired from it now because I would not teach, I would not promote what you're doing here. I hope that you pray, I hope that you think, I hope you reflect on the innocence of children and your role, your important role to the dignity of all life.
Thank you, Catherine. Marnie Hodgkin.
Hi, my name is Marnie Hodgkin. I'm a candidate in hopefully the next District 8 representative for State Board of Education, District 8. Real quickly, Mr. Stevens, I'm not a stranger to this board. You've heard me say my name every other month. You've heard it in the press. You've heard other people say my name, yet you continue to say it wrong. It's Hodgkin with a soft G. If it helps, you can think of it as a phonetic combination of the word ha, as in ha 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 funny, and the alcoholic spirit gin, as in a gin and tonic. Ha-gin. I hope next month you can respectfully pronounce it correctly. Moving on. Last year, through public records request, my opponent was caught disparaging parental and public input in her emails, as well as colluding with activists, even though she promised the public activists weren't involved in the standards. Fast forward to this next email where she asked Ryan Four if school districts have the right to opt out of the standards and if parents have the right to opt out their children in the classroom when the standards are taught. He responded, local school districts have the ultimate decision to what is taught in their districts related to health, education, and local school districts are responsible for adopting policies on students opting out of content. Local control. Something that Deb said she supports at the recent Millard Board Business Association Forum. However, in an email to Lisa Schultz, she expresses sentiment that is a stark contrast to her recent public comment saying she supports local control. Her exact words in the email to Lisa were, FYI, this is disappointing, ugh, every school district has to approve it. Sounds like she was disgusted that local school boards get to have the final say on health standards. Also at the Millard Forum, I was surprised to hear Board Member Neary say she was against the introduction of puberty blockers to school children. The health standards include introducing 5th graders to puberty blockers as part of the health curriculum. Board Member Neary is on record voting for the health standards and is also on record of voting to not permanently reject them. How can you vote for something you are against? She also said she's against biological males competing in women's sports and having access to women's locker rooms, but once again, public Deb and private Deb appear to be two very different people, as the following private messages reveal. Here we have private messaging with Deb and a progressive activist. The activist asked, "Why won't you stand up and defend the rights of our trans youth to play in the division they identify as?" Deb responds by saying, "I actually thought I did stand up and say that. I use different language than you, but everyone knows that is what I'm saying. I don't use language that incites people to close their ears." Deb goes on to say, "I promise to be a stronger voice after November 8th. I will never run for another office again, so I'll be able to say things for the right reasons." Sounds like you're trying to keep the wool over your constituents' eyes, Deb. But I'm here to take it off and reveal the truth. You are for allowing biological males to play on female sports teams and for males using young women's locker rooms and consequently causing detriment to the advancement of young women's athletics and risking potential harm of our young women. Lastly, the stated goal of State Board of Education says the board will use assessments to measure and to improve student achievement and to inform instruction. But at the recent forum, in response to me bringing up Nebraska's proficiency scores dropping below 50% in 2019, Deb said proficiency scores don't tell you anything about student achievement. Not only does this statement go against one of the very strategies listed on the NDE website for necessary measurement, but it is also incongruent with her vote that authorized $2.8 million in assessment services. Why vote to fund something with taxpayer money if you don't find it useful? Why make the students and teachers jump through so many hoops for standardized testing if it doesn't tell one anything? I also want to make it known to the public that the most recent assessment scores were given to school districts this past week. However, the recent scores have been embargoed and will not be released to the public until after the election. I'm anticipating them to be just as low or even lower than 2019, understandably due to COVID. However, it is absolutely an attempt at hiding vital information from the public by the media until after the election. As a mom, homeschool teacher, and candidate, I can tell you proficiency scores do matter. And when I'm sitting right there, I promise to everyone in this room that I'll be transparent and that what you see is what you get, unlike doublespeak, deceitful Deb. With my help, our state board will be focused on quality education and not social ideological experimentation. A vote for me is a vote to right this ship out of its dismal trajectory and to give our children an education focused on core subjects while exposing children who may not be college bound or able to afford college to the skilled trades so they have opportunities to be successful. I thank you for the time to share the truth, and I look forward to serving District 8 in the new year.
Wow, over a year, and we're still here, and it's so important that Deb Neary, you're meeting with your organizations, I'm guessing Planned Parenthood, as that's who you wanted to lead the health standards, the first draft of health standards. So much deception. Robin Stevens, you've actually called and bullied me out. I believe you blocked me out on Facebook when I had brought to record that Kirk Pinner, you were taking credit for what he had done in his motion to do away indefinitely postpone the health standards, yet you deceived the people in your district, and you then went and said things about me as if I was bringing a record of lies. But sir, you are the one telling lies and misleading the people in your district. I want to address distractions and what's going on right now in the United States of America. We have Biden, who has declared parents as terrorists, concerned parents who come forward to protect the innocence of the children. Meanwhile, as an article had showed a few years ago, he held a child in front of his male part, holding them and positioning them, touching that area. The FBI ought to do some investigation on that. What I'm bringing here is from the national to our local. The distraction here teaching kids to be transgender, books like this in kindergarten, through elementary, middle school, high school. The anal and oral sex, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that in your first draft of standards, Deborah Neary? Bringing in Lisa Schultz, you wanted to teach children, not adults. They can't even go to a rated R movie, but you wanted to teach them anal and oral sex, Deborah Neary. There's a lot happening in the United States of America right now. And not teaching our children the constitutional rights in the country that they live in, there's a purpose. Because if they don't understand what they have and the great gifts of freedom that first come from unalienable rights, the rights given to them by God, then people like tyrannical leaders who want to abuse the minds of children and even abuse children themselves will come in, and they have. And they're now starting to show up, and it's in our education. Because I'm telling you, the next step we're going to probably be seeing, and I don't want to speak because you can change, Ms. Neary, is you're going to support minor attracted persons. This is where we're at right now. Patsy Kojans, you rolled your eyes. I saw a video. Commissioner Bloomstead, thank you. You did the right thing in resigning, sir, because we the people have fired you. This is not about coming and having a power play and calling people out. This is about protecting the children and the state of Nebraska. That is our agenda. To the kids that have been misled, puberty blockers are shown by people like Deborah Neary to go in and women cut off their healthy breast and tell them, oh, you're transitioning, I applaud you. But forget to mention perhaps they can't have children, or if they just cut off their breasts and didn't go through all the puberty blockers, that you can never nurse your baby. You know, it's interesting that it's a focus of feelings. And that's exactly what this agenda is driven. It's not to think with your mind, it's to think with your sexual drive and put people into a captivity as such. And right now, with the gentleman who came forward and said that that book is in kindergarten, there's a reason why they're at the children. And you're no different than one holding a door before a child gets sexually abused and holding the door open and closing it behind. Because between all of you, other than Kirk Pinner, you have held that door open to the state of Nebraska. This is so sad. Many of you do not know a lot of a testimony, but I stand here as one who will fight against child rapists and those things going on. And the state of Nebraska has a lot of answers to do and to give. May God help us and protect these children from people like Deb Neary, Robin Stevens, Commissioner Bloomstead, Patsy Kojans, Goebbels, and Lisa Fricke. You stood and you were quiet. My heart is grieved. But guys, we can elect Elizabeth Tetmeyer, Kirk Pinner, Marnie Hodgen, and Sherry Jones and flip this board. And I pray we do so in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Amber. Kaylee Kuchera.
Hi, board members. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you for your service to our state. It is very much appreciated. I want to start this off with a story because I'm a student, or was a student, I'm 29 now, show my age there. I was a student of Millard Public Schools in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm very, very proud to be from Omaha. I'm proud of our public school systems, and a lot of the people my age are now teachers. I want to go back to when I was in Willowdale Elementary in West Omaha, and I remember, thank gosh my mom is here today and she's fantastic, but if your standards were in the school at that time, when I liked cats, she would have clipped my ears and gave me a litter box, and you guys would have said that's okay. Is that okay, Deb Neary? If I'm a cat, should I meow now for everything? No, absolutely not, and we shouldn't be putting that on our kids either. COVID sent our kids backwards by miles, and what are we doing besides telling them to cut their healthy breasts off and their man parts off? It's not okay. I went to Millard South. That's a public school also in Omaha, Nebraska, in West Omaha. I love Millard South, but I was there during the Millard South shooting in 2011. As Denise brought up, and how important gun rights are, and gun rights are women's rights, Can I get an amen? Thank you very much. Someone could have taken that shooter down, maybe injured him. Of course, we never want to lose a life, but we could have saved a principal that day. But we couldn't, because that was a gun-free zone, right? You made us all sitting ducks. So that's embarrassing. Embarrassing. Now, I'm a 29-year-old. I don't have any kids yet, but I will soon, and I will have to make that choice. Am I going to put my kids in Nebraska public schools? And I want to say yes. Do you know why? Because I had a great time in Nebraska public schools. I was on the track team. I wasn't that good, but I was on the track team. And if your policies were in place, I would have lost every meet against men. Men. Listen, I already had it working against me, but let me tell you, that would have set me back even farther. I'm not a mom, and we got enough angry moms behind me. I'm a student, a recent student of our public schools, and I'm disappointed. As a young generation Nebraskan, a young professional, when I go to these other young professionals and they ask me, Haley, where should I send my kids? I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not our public school system. And that's embarrassing. Because in Nebraska, I truly believe we are leaders in every single facet of our state, and we should be in the nation, and that includes our public schools. Amen? Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I encourage you guys, as you look forward, maybe you're looking for an election and you're looking to win, this is not the way. Because my generation is the voters. And unfortunately for you, Deb Neary, I got a loud voice and I got a lot of shoes to go through. And I will talk to each person my age and say, absolutely not. Send them to Christian school, homeschool them, co-op schools, whatever it is. Keep them out until we can speak to you guys and get through, because I think everyone here appreciates this board. I think we need this board. I think it does a lot for our communities. It's very valuable, but when it does not line up with the public, it's useless. It's useless. And you're wasting my taxpayer money, you're wasting their taxpayer money, you're wasting your taxpayer money, and no one wants that. We want new people coming into Nebraska to go, we're coming here for the public school system. Right? I think that's all why you guys are here, I would assume, unless it's to give kids litter boxes at school. Is that, I'm not under the impression that's what this is for. So I encourage you, as you look forward into the future, and into the future in the eyes of every kid in our Nebraska public schools, think about this. Think about someone else standing here where I am right now, telling you the same thing. Make it better, listen to your constituents, let us support you. Let us be the catalyst so you guys can make Nebraska the good life, the great life. And I thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all of you, and have a blessed day. God bless.
Thank you, Haley. Tiffany Carter.
So I think it's interesting that Stephen brought up an article from the Nebraska Examiner, because that is exactly what I'm going to quote. I am quite certain that there is no school administrator, no policymaker, no librarian, no educator, no Democrat, or no parent in Nebraska that is intentionally promoting the use of inappropriate materials in our schools. Deb Neary, that was your quote. I'm going to go back to that one more time, because I've spent the last year scouring I shouldn't say that. I have been scouring the public school libraries throughout Nebraska for the last 10 months. And I can tell you that our children have access to inappropriate material every time that they can walk into the school library. Just this morning, before I came here, I found a new book. It's called Collateral by Ellen Hopkins. It is currently in Fremont Public Schools in the high school, and I'm pretty sure it's probably elsewhere. This book, on Ellen Hopkins' website, the actual author lists this book as an adult book, which she puts a disclaimer: please be advised that my novels for adults contain very mature content. Maybe we should take a look at page 77. And I hate to do this because it's embarrassing, but maybe you need to see that it really is there. I started to unbutton my blouse. No, let me, please. I love how he asked permission, all the while taking complete control. I also loved how he didn't hurry. Each time he loosened a button, he kissed the skin beneath it. When my entire top half was exposed, his tongue explored inch by goosebump-covered inch. And by the time he unzipped my jeans, slid them off my quaking legs, my panties had soaked through. Should I continue? Because it gets worse. Oh, the kids have to read it. The kids have to read it. Okay. Some things are worth waiting for, my California girl. The my took me over the top. In that moment, I wanted to be his, and so gave him things I'd always resisted. BC before Cole. Oral sex had been offered and received with definite boundaries. That night, we exchanged it with abandon. I opened my legs wide, pushed his face between, urged his tongue deep inside me, asked his fingers to follow. I let him bring me right to the edge, stopped him. My turn. He was down to boxers by then. BC, I've been with the grand total of 4 men. And if I were to describe the size, I would say 3 average, 1 little. Comparing breast size, 3 B cups, 1 double A. Cole is a C+, and while that didn't surprise me, neither did I expect it. They say size doesn't matter, but in the estimation, it makes things problematic and sort of amazing. I quickly learned to relax my jaws, coax him inside my mouth little by little. It was intense, and all I wanted in those moments was to make him feel like the most important man in the world. Size definitely mattered. You cannot tell me that this is not in the schools, and you are a liar. And for you, Robin, whenever we have tried to talk to you about something, what do? Your thing is to block people. This is ridiculous. We expect a board that is going to stand for the constituents. This is not about political gain. It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. It has to do with right or wrong. And if you were promoting sexuality for our children, if you were promoting pornography in the schools, you are wrong. For the parents, the grandparents, constituents, any concerned citizen, I have something for you. I have a how-to guide. I'm pointing it this way so they can see. I don't know that you would take the time to do it anyway. But I can show you, I have it with me today, how you can look at the schools for yourself and see that it is in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, with that concludes the public comment.
Agenda item 12. Thank you for those who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meeting of the State Board of Education will be scheduled for November 3rd and 4th, 2022 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The October 7th, 2022 State Board meeting is now adjourned.